Here we go.
Okay.
We're here. We're here.
Are we?
Yeah, I think we're officially here. Hello,
Okay.
hello. It is hi. How are you doing, Amy?
I'm good. It was a very quick, very fast weekend, and I can't believe that it's almost over. But yeah, I'm doing well.
I'm excited for this. I've been trying to, you'd already seen this. I had said that I really want to do reading sprints once a month, and I know you'd said you would like to start doing more reading sprints. So thank you for coming on to my reading sprints, so we could play around with this a little bit. Yeah, I'm just excited. It's been an interesting month so far. Good, but interesting. How's the readathons going though? Because you're doing middle grade March. Are you doing any other ones?
Yes. All right. I am getting a lot of echo.
Oh no. Okay, so it's hard to hear me, isn't it?
Yeah.
There
I am.
Is anybody else hearing any echoes? Anybody who's here? Hello, everybody. Whoever's here, if you're hearing any echoes, let me know in the comments section if I'm echoing at all, because it sounds like I wonder if I can set up. Hey, Anne-Marie.
I'm hearing an echo of myself and you, like I'm watching a video, but I'm not. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong here.
Do you have your own like your computer mic turned off and just the mic or you're using the computer mic, right?
Yeah, I'm using the computer mic.
Hey, Kayla, welcome. Hello, Stacy. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Hi, y'all sound normal to me. You sound normal to me. Yeah. Okay, so Natalie. Hi, Natalie.
So it's just me that's hearing an echo. It'll be fine.
Are you sure? Is that going to make it too hard to? Okay. Kayla doesn't hear the echo either. Okay. Yeah, I'm not hearing it. I'm sorry that you're getting that. I don't. Sometimes using the computer mic can be an issue. So
it's fine.
Leanna's saying, hi, Leanna, saying that it's okay for her. Hey, Stacy. Sounds good for other Stacy. Uh-oh. It looks like I lost an Amy. I lost an Amy. Oh. Okay, sorry. So tell me about the readathons you're doing this month.
So I am participating in middle grade March. And I love it. I don't know. I'm just very excited about how cute this is. So I have like 7 books that I've read.
Wow.
I might have to read. I have 1 adult book that I have to read. And so I have to read The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue for book club. That I'm not super excited because it's middle grade March. I'm excited to read it, but I'm not excited because it's middle grade March. But I'm going to start with some middle grade tonight.
I'm going to read my middle grade March book. This is one. Yeah. So I'm going to be working on front desk. I started it yesterday morning. I got about 28 pages in, so not very far yet, but I'm excited for this one. I'm very excited. And I like the writing style so far. You just read the second one, right, in this series?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And did you like that one?
I did. I liked the first one better.
Okay.
But I think I liked the message of the second one. I thought it was really well done.
Okay. But you still like the first one better. Oh, okay.
I do.
I'm excited about that. I really like her writing style. It's very, it's different than what I was expecting. So, like, I feel like this picture doesn't really capture the tone of what I've read so far.
The cover? No.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
you think it's going to be light and fluffy, and it's not light and fluffy at all. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, this is cute, but this is not the tone that I'm capturing from the very first couple of chapters here. So I think that's interesting because, sometimes like this is how they brand it, but it reads older than this picture looks for sure. And
for sure. Yeah.
And it doesn't just look like light and fluffy.
The second grade teacher at my school got that book and she was like, it just looked really cute. And I was like, I don't think second graders should read that.
Oh, really?
And she also teaches the third and fourth graders. And I was like, maybe fourth grade. Fourth grade might be okay, depending on the class that you have. But second grade, for sure, no.
Wow, okay. That's good to know.
There are second graders that could read it and be absolutely fine if they're like with a parent. But for a teacher to read it to a class, I think would be, yeah.
Yeah. Not for second graders.
Yeah.
See, Leanna says maybe you have multiple windows open with the stream and one needs to be muted. Do you have multiple? Because sometimes if I have YouTube,
this is the only tab that I have open.
Okay. Yeah. Is it still pretty bad?
It's so weird. I don't get it.
I'm sorry.
I'm hearing the whole conversation over again. Like,
oh, that's so awful. I wonder why that is.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's definitely something to. Yeah, I don't know enough about. I thought maybe it'd be on my end, but if nobody else is hearing it, then it's got to be something about the setup, and how, or at least how the earbuds are working with your system. Mm-hmm. If you take the if you turn off the earbuds and just listen to your computer directly, do you think that'd be the same problem?
Maybe. Let's check it.
Good time to try it out, right? This is our test run for your sprints.
All right. I'm still hearing an echo.
Oh, I'm delayed. Wow.
I'm still hearing an echo. Yeah,
that is so strange.
I'm hearing like 20. I don't know how many seconds later, but all of a sudden I start hearing myself. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh goodness. Okay. Well, that's gonna be difficult, isn't it? I'm sorry.
It's fine. We'll figure it out. We'll be fine.
Hello, Abigail. Welcome.
Hi.
All right. So, what other readathons are you doing then? You said you're doing middle grade March, and you're doing quite a bit for that.
That's it. That's. Well, I do the buzzwordathon, and I have from Books and Lala, and then I do the Read Your Bookshelves from Chantel Reads All Day.
Okay, yeah.
So, I mean, I have those challenges going on, and I did your viewer prompt too. That I did finish right away.
You're on top of things this month.
Well, I mean, I read a graphic novel, and I was like, art, done.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Everybody who said that, I was like, oh yeah, that's so clever, because there you go. There's art. I did like that with all my picture books. Oh my gosh, I'm actually getting burnt out of picture books.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Leanna says, according to the internet, there's an echo cancellation option under the audio tab. Is that in live stream or? Leanna says, according to the internet, there's an echo cancellation option under the audio. Echo cancellation. I did click it. There is. I'll uncheck it. Does that help? Do you have any more echoes now? Oh, now I hear the echoes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm doing it again. And I think that means my echoes are gone, but that doesn't mean your echoes are gone, right?
Yeah.
So, so settings.
It's really fine. I'll just adjust. It's fine.
But on your settings,
I have to adjust to stuff sometimes. It's fine.
Well, we should we should figure this out because this is a test run.
We can figure it out, but we can also talk. Yeah.
But I was thinking, on your live stream, do you see the settings? The little cog? Click on that. And you did audio.
Yeah. And I have the echo cancellation checked.
The little cog. Click on that. That is so strange.
Yeah, I don't.
What about audio? If you click it off and then click stereo audio. Does that make a difference?
Let's see.
If you click it off and then click stereo audio.
I just heard you say the exact same thing. Oh. I just heard myself say that.
Again. So did you try that? It didn't work?
No.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm hearing the audio, the echo quite a bit now. Turned off my
Yeah.
That's happening.
I don't know.
Oh, no. That's happening. Yeah, that's got to be really bad. Because I can still hear myself echo, like on your and like echo. Oh man, Amy, this is terrible.
I'm just so sad that.
Is it a little better when you have the earbuds in then? Because it seems to be even worse now.
Yeah.
I'm just so sad. This is awful. You have the earbuds in then because it seems to be even worse now.
Should we try going off and coming back?
Do you think that'll help if I go off too, or if you go off? Hi, Kim. I don't think I need to end the broadcast, but if you want to get out of live stream and then come back in and see if that helps. I just don't understand why we can give that a go.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Anne.
All right.
Just getting here. What do you do? Okay. So, okay. She's going to try and go out of live stream completely and then come back in. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good idea. That was the choice and welcome, singing mathematician. It's better, because she put the earbuds in, but it's not okay for her. So she's trying to figure out how to make the sound and everything work for her because she'd like to do, her own reading sprints, but if she's constantly getting echoes like that, it's not going to be any fun. So we're hoping that we could get her all set up. And yeah, it's gone. It sounds great. It sounds great for me too. It's just on her end, she just keeps hearing that echo. So when she puts the earbuds in, we don't hear it anymore, which is nice. But then she continues to hear the echoes still. So we were just trying to get that figured out. So anyways, while we're waiting for Amy to try to get back on and see if she can get her audio working, let me know what you guys are reading. So I'm reading Front Desk, which is the middle grade March book that I'm planning on reading for an Asian main character. And this is also a 5-star prediction. So I'm excited about this one a lot because I've been wanting to read this for a while. And it's funny because I was, maybe you've heard, but if you just came in, I was telling Amy how so far I've read like 6 chapters and the tone doesn't sound anything like what this picture looks like. So I'm like even more curious now to keep reading and see what I think about it. Oh, good. You read it? Did you read the other ones in the series? Did you like them at all? I'm excited about this book. I've been wanting to, I said I've been wanting to read it for a while. Keeper of the Lost Cities. I want to read that one so bad. There's some people who have a really strong aversion to Keeper of the Lost Cities, but then most people I have read really love it, and I am fascinated by the hype for that one, and it sounds like a fun one, so I would love to read that. Are you reading it for middle grade March? Because how many people are participating in middle grade March, and curious how that's going for everybody. It sounds like it's going really well for Amy. She said she's already read 7 books. This Amy has just started her first middle grade March book. Let me check my Instagram really fast and see if Amy's trying to get a hold of me at all. Okay, let's hope she can get in. I read the second one and the third one is on my list. How'd you like the second one? Did you like it as much as the first one? I'm curious if it was as successful for you. Just read Front Desk. It was so good. Okay, good. Hello. Hey, Jean. Welcome. Reading Linwood Barclay's No Time for Goodbye, a third of the way through. What's a workbook club? You do a lot of there. You guys read a lot of books for your workbook club, Jean. I feel like you're reading almost weekly a new book for your book club. The crazy thing is that I heard you after I was out of the broadcast, even though I didn't have a win. Oh yeah. Oh. Well, you can still hear me, Amy, when you're in the studio, but not actually on the broadcast. And she looks like she's turning her computer on and off. So hopefully this works. Poor Amy. Yep, reading it for middle grade March. Which prompt is that fulfilling for you, Stacy? I'm reading Recipe for Disaster, which is about a girl who loves to cook with her grandma, is going through the journey of understanding her Judaism. Oh, fantastic. Oh, that sounds good. I like that. I love those kind of books. I really do love those kind of books, where it's like a self-exploration and trying to understand more about your culture, your heritage, I like that a lot. Okay, Amy.
Hi.
Can you hear me echoing?
No.
We did it! What do we do? It's like just kick your computer, or it's the same thing. Just turn it off, turn it on again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
My kids will come up to me with problems on their computer. I'm going to take one of my earbuds out. They'll come up to me with problems with their computer, and I'm like, have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again? And they're like, oh.
Isn't that always the way?
They'll bring me their computer. I'll turn it off and turn it back on again, and it'll work. And they're like, oh. But the weird thing is, I was completely out of StreamYard. Like, I had all of my windows off, and I could still hear you in my earbuds. And I was about to go into Instagram to get back in, and I was like, how am I still hearing it in my earbud?
There was like some kind of background window open or something.
Yeah,
weird.
That I could not see anywhere. So I turned it off, turned off my computer, turned it back on. I can see things now. I can hear.
So glad, because that is so frustrating. The first time I ever went on reading sprints was on my friend Antonisha's channel, and I had so many problems, and I was so stressed, and they were already on there, and I was like, it was my first time ever being on it, and I was like, and then I get on there, and I'm just like, it's so stressful.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. Like, and everybody else is hearing it completely normal, and I'm just like, no, there's an echo,
No, that's the worst.
I'm so sorry, everybody.
We got it figured out. That's all that matters.
Yeah. Jane, I agree. I liked Front Desk more than Three Keys. I did enjoy Three Keys. Like, I want to read Room to Dream as well. But there was a lot of... there was a different almost feel to Three Keys than there was to Front Desk. I don't know. Yeah.
Like, well, she's older at that point, I imagine, too, so...
She's not a lot older. I think it's... it's like 3 months later, I think.
Okay.
She's not a lot older, and there's no, like, romance or there's no angsty kind of things like that. But I do... like Singing Mathematician said that we get to see more of Mia and her best friends, and there's a lot of politics and real life issues, and it's really cool. But I think it might have been because it was harder to read, because it was like, this is all real stuff that happened, like in 1995, where I was 12 and should have been aware of what was happening, and I wasn't.
Gosh, how old was I then? That was middle school for me, I think.
Well, we're the same age, right?
Yeah, so it was like...
I mean, well, I'm 82. Like, I'm September of 82, and then you're like January of 83?
February 83, yeah.
February.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm thinking last month was January, but it's not.
I know.
It was February.
It's March, We're halfway through March. It's terrible. It's horrible.
How that happened.
Yeah, I don't either. Natalie says, still working on The Only Good Indians, hoping to finish part 2, get to page 251, currently on page 15, not taking part in middle grade March. Yeah, The Only Good Indians, that's a rough one, Natalie, and it sounds like you're making it through, but it's a difficult one. And the scenes that are, like, that was probably one of the only horrors that I read recently that actually gave me nightmares, but it wasn't like I was so scared. It was just that my subconscious, I think, was freaked out by certain things about that one. It's weird.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's spooky.
She's talking about my computer when I could hear it.
Oh, and then it stopped after the, yeah. That is,
and I was like, why am I still hearing all that? Yeah. 5 words of the title.
Keeper of the Lost
Cities.
Which you liked, didn't you?
I love it. Yes. Krista from Bricks and Jams and I are reading, and we just finished the 6th book.
Are they all good? Have you been enjoying all of them?
I have given all of them 4 or 5 stars. 3, 4, and now 6 are my favorites.
Wow. Okay. 3, 4, and 6.
Yeah. But I, like I said, I think I gave 4.5 stars to the first one. And I think because I heard mixed reviews about it too. Like, I think, who was it that really hated it? I don't remember.
Yeah,
there was somebody in BookTube that really hated it, and I was like, oh, I don't know that I want to read this.
Like, they were triggered by it. Like, there were a few people that I've heard that something that happens in it, I don't know because I haven't read it, so I don't know what particular plot point it was, but there's some plot point in that one that is really triggering for some people. And I'm like, that's like intriguing, actually. Like,
right?
Well, what is it?
It's like, can I handle this?
Yeah. It's so terrible. Like, it should be like, oh, scared off by it. But typically I'm like, oh, then what is it?
Yeah.
It's probably not smart.
That's fine.
2 book clubs at work. Oh, but you're slow reading. Yeah, but I feel like every time you talk about your books you're reading, Jean, there are different books that you mention. So I feel like your book clubs are always reading so many different books. Kim, not reading a middle grade this month, sadly, but currently reading The Girl in the Tower, and it's so good. Did you read Catherine Arden at all, Amy?
So I started reading The Bear and the Nightingale because I thought it was middle grade for your listener prompt. And you were like, actually, it's not middle grade. And I was like, well, I'm already reading it. But I think that soured my opinion of it, because I was like expecting this middle grade book, and it's obviously not middle grade. And I did enjoy it. Like, I want to read the next one, but it was jarring.
To go into it with a different perspective. Yeah.
Like, if I go into it thinking it's an adult novel, like, I'd probably wouldn't react so viscerally to some of the stuff that happens in there. Like, I'm like, that was assault. Like, wait, what's happening? Wait.
Yeah.
Why is this here? Which, but so I want to continue it. I don't know when I will, but I definitely want to continue that one.
I haven't been able to get it back onto my TBR, but now I'm almost to the point where I'm like, oh, maybe I need to read the first one again, just when I eventually get to it. I hate that about series, is that since I'm so bad at actually keeping on top of series, when I go back and finally continue one, I always feel like I want to start by reading it.
Yeah. I go back and look at the the synopses online a lot, and just
just refresh yourself. Yeah. Reading Southern Book. Hi, Charlotte. Reading Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires. I really have to finish it because my next read is from the library, and I will have to return it soon, and I haven't even started.
I hate it when that happens. Yeah. The Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires that's another one that has, like, I've heard people love it, like, best book of their lives, and I've heard people that hate it, like, want to throw it against the wall, spit on it 4 times, and then set it on fire. Like, I've heard so many different things about that book, and it's just like, ooh, like Grady Hendrix in general. Is that Grady Hendrix? Like,
yeah, that's Grady Hendrix.
I just hear, like, I don't know. He's on my maybe someday list of authors to read.
Yeah, I know, because I also have heard such mixed things. Some people are just so bored by his books, and the subject matter doesn't seem that boring. So it's like, really? But then also
Yeah.
other people, like you said, are in love with his books. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know.
Yeah.
Gene, I'm a really slow reader too, and being a teacher sometimes doesn't leave a lot of time to read, but not sure how I've already read 2 books, Fast Pitch and Soft Place to Land.
I love both those books. Oh, my heart. I love those books. Oh, I hope you loved them.
Yes.
Otherwise, I just.
That always feels good when you actually get a lot more reading than you expected to done. Especially because I understand Singing Mathematician and Gene. I am a slower reader, so it feels good when you're like, oh my gosh, I'm making progress. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a fast reader, but then my sister, so like my February wrap up that I just posted, I read 14 books.
That's a
And
lot.
I'm like, oh, that's fine. I don't, it's a lot.
Yeah.
It's not really a lot for me, but it's a lot. My sister probably read 40, like without even batting an eyelash. So like, I feel like I'm a fast reader, but then I see my sister and I'm like, wow, I'm just not. It's fine.
Yeah, I understand completely because my mom, my best friend Shell, and my friend Magda are all very fast readers, and they're the people in my physical life who are my closest reader friends. And I'm like, every single one of them is an incredibly fast reader. And so, like, we're reading the Robin Hobb series, and they're basically always just waiting for me to finish so they can start it or get close to finishing. And I'm at a point in the Ship of Destiny, which is the 3rd book in the series, where I figured something out, and I'm like, I need to talk to them about this. But of course, they're not going to start reading it until I'm almost done with it. So it's so not fair. That is not how book clubs work. Or read I'm supposed to be able to have this conversation with them as I'm realizing
right
it.
away. Yeah. I know when you with your reading vlogs, whenever your mom and you and your mom are reading, and your mom's like, oh, so I finished this book and I finished it. And I'm like, holy cow!
It's really rude, isn't it?
You invite her onto your channel and she just
seriously.
books after books.
She's just trying to show me up is what she's trying to do. I hope she can hear that.
She does have great taste in children's names, though.
Oh, yes, I know. I have to say, Amy is a stunning name. It's a stunning name. It means beloved. I mean, and we are.
Beloved friend. Beloved friend.
Oh, is it really beloved friend?
Yeah,
I didn't know
beloved
that.
friend. And I know that because the word amiable means friendly.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
I
always, whenever we do the name thing where you have to have your name and an adjective that starts with your letter, I always say amiable Amy, and everybody's like, you're weird. And I'm like, that's okay.
That's what makes me so amiable, though. Because I'm so interested.
What does amiable even mean? How is somebody amiable?
I love the word amiable, though. Maybe because it's like my name is rooted in that. Let's see. Charlotte says, not doing middle grade March. I read at least one. I read at least one, often 2 middle grades a month with my kids, and that's enough for me. We're doing the Adventures on Trains series right now. Oh, I've heard that's really good. Have you read that yet?
Well, Charlotte, you have participated in middle grade March because you read a middle grade March this month.
Yeah.
You don't have to do prompts. Come on.
I know.
Solid.
I feel like I've been getting burnt out on kids' books just because the last couple of months, that's, mostly picture books, but some middle grades. And I'm just like, I love them, but that's a lot to do.
That's a lot.
Short amount of time.
Yeah.
Hey, Ashley.
I mean, that was my favorite class.
Yeah.
Awesome. In college, but it was like, I've read a lot of books that somebody forced me to read.
Yeah. I mean, that's true with school in general, right? There's a lot of books like that. Welcome, Ashley. Glad you're here for the first time. Happy to see you. Haven't heard the books you guys are talking about, but I'm reading The Dying Game, which is the Ruth Ware book. Or that's The Lying Game. The Dying Game. I have,
I
and
don't know
This
that I've
House
heard
is
of it.
Haunted. So you're a fan of horror/thrillers, I can tell.
That's what I am.
Have you
And
read any
I
of them?
like those. I just have to be in the right mood for those. But I'll have to look
Mhm.
those up later, I think.
I don't get a chance to read enough of that. As I just I don't know why. I feel like I read too broadly, and that's a good thing for some reasons. But then I don't
Yeah.
necessarily get back to certain things that I really want to read very often.
Yeah. It doesn't help your series when you.
No. I think us 90s kids were tricked into thinking the world was much nicer than it is. Mm.
I think that's true.
It's not
I
very
think I was sheltered. I know I grew up in super small town Wisconsin.
nice.
Like California was way far away. I didn't even think about it. Like I was that insanely privileged. It just didn't even.
Yeah.
It wasn't on my radar at all that was a thing
I
until
was
my cousin married a Mexican who's been trying to get citizenship for his entire life.
Oh wow.
And
Yeah. That's
like,
like it reality is
yeah, like that's, oh, like I
yeah.
couldn't, yeah.
Yeah, I've never been naive. I would never say, even as a kid, I was never naive, but I always hoped for the best from people or from
Yeah.
situations. And so I
Mhm.
was not naive, but I had that hope all the time. And so that can be troublesome as well. It can be really
Yeah, I think I
troublesome.
was maybe naive.
Also, I feel like I have to explain my seventh grade math teacher and love to sing, so mom always calls me the singing mathematician, but hi, it's Brandy. Oh, good, I'm
Oh,
glad. I wanted to ask Brandy because, I've been seeing you comment a lot, and I'm like, oh, singing mathematician, but it's nice to put a name to the mathematician part.
yeah. I teach seventh grade language arts
Oh, do
and
you?
fifth, sixth, and eighth. Yeah. So same
Middle?
age level.
Yeah, that
Love
is
it.
awesome. Fun. Kids are fun at that age. I mean, they're fun at
Yeah.
every age, but
They're just fun.
yeah, not taking part in middle grade March.
So
Participating in Roller Reads, middle grade March, the final book support group, gear up for Magical Readathon in spring. You're doing a lot, Jane. You're
that's a
doing
lot.
a lot. Yeah.
Roll of reads. That's one that I kind of wish I was doing. That looks fun. That looks like
Yeah.
a lot of fun. And spring
Everything
into
just,
reading does too.
yeah. Everything just happened in
Actually,
March.
they all do. Yeah. March is very magical.
See, it's very disturbing. It's my
Oh.
first Grady Hendrix, so I didn't know what to expect. I have heard Grady Hendrix has some real cringy, scary, creepy, gross moments.
Yeah.
Let's see. After
Horror
reading Horror
Story.
Story by Grady Hendrix, I will never think about IKEA the same. That one fascinates me. I'm very curious to try that one out at some point.
Yeah.
Definitely love them both. Oh, what was that?
Oh, that was the
Final
front desk.
Pitch and the other one,
Oh, no. Yeah, you're right. Fast pitch and
Fast
a
Pitch.
soft place to land. Yes. Yeah. Hmm.
Those are baseball books.
Fast pitch is well, it's softball.
Oh, softball.
The main character plays softball, and she wants to stay focused on that, but she gets distracted by other stuff because life is
Hmm.
very complicated for some kids, unfortunately, and it's so good. That one's Nick Stone, and then A Soft Place to Land is Janae Marks. Excuse me, Janae Marks, and that's about a girl that has to move into a new apartment building, and the like from her house to an apartment building because her family is struggling financially, and she fortunately meets a bunch of kids that also live in the building, and they tell her about this secret room in the building that they all escape to sometimes, and
Ooh.
it's fun. It's fun.
Okay, let's see. The only book I read by Grady was Horror Story, and I loved how the book was so unique, like format wise. That one, that's why it fascinates me. Yeah.
It sounds really unique for sure.
40.
I know. My sister's crazy. There were
Yeah.
days that she finished like 5 books in a day. She works full time and has 2 kids, and like
Yeah.
She listens a lot. Like, she can listen while she works, and she listens very fast, like at like 3 times speed or something like that. I don't 40 might be an exaggeration, but I don't know that it is.
It's not in my household. And with my
Yeah,
darn
I
friends.
mean, and her kids keep her on her toes. Like, it's not like
She's just not doing anything and reading all the time.
yeah, it's not like she just doesn't do anything. Like, she's really busy, and she listens to a lot of books while she's doing stuff. But
It's so unique. I love that about the horror story. Yeah, I got to read that one at some point. It just looks fascinating. Those interesting formatted books always intrigue me.
yeah, I think that's the one that made me want to put it. Hearing about Horror Store is the one that made me want to put Grady Hendrix on my maybe someday list.
Yeah. Okay, there's so many comments. We definitely need to get to some sprints at some point, but I'll read a few more.
Wow, we've been on for 35 minutes.
I know.
Although
that's why I'm
a good 20 minutes of that, it seems like.
Was trying to get everything figured out for the, My mom's the same way. She probably reads 3 times as much as I do, if not more. Yeah, it's so annoying, isn't it, Brandy?
Yeah.
I mean, it's good for them.
Yeah.
I read 2 middle grade books, A Place to Hang the Moon, gave it 5 stars, and listened to The Shape of Thunder. Oh, I've heard good things about The Shape of Thunder. Also gave it 5 stars. Have you read either of those?
Yeah, The Shape of Thunder is on my list to read. That's that's on my list to read this month. And I just finished, Abigail and I were just talking about A Place to Hang the Moon. That I just finished that one. I loved it.
Yeah.
Loved it.
I got a lot of books to catch up on. Middle grade especially. I want to read so much more in middle grade. I always feel bad when I see those reels that say books you can read in one day. Oh, no.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Natalie. Yeah, I hear you. That's
about it. Yep.
Amy, can you message me? Oh, I promised you won't read. Okay, good. Yes, I will. Actually, I did think about that, Kim. I thought about messaging you and asking you about the scene that I'm talking about, and I didn't. I don't know why I didn't. I think I was just so frustrated with my friends and my mom not having read Robin Hobb. But I did think about that, Kim, so I will ask you.
Did you see that I just pointed at you because on my screen you're
I know. I know. It looks like you're there.
Like,
it looks like you're there, but you're not. You're there.
I'll get a hang of this.
I know. Well, that's this is practice. March the Mammoth. So that's where you read a book over 800 pages.
Wow,
having a blast.
Awesome.
So, what are you reading? Fabric and Fables? Because yikes, that one scares me. I thought Tome Topple was rough because any book's over 500 pages.
Her name is Jenny.
Oh, Jenny.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jenny.
She commented. She commented a lot.
It is she. Okay. I do not count my picture books that I read a month, as I read so many being a teacher. I read enough without counting them. It's already over 60 for the year. Yeah.
Nice.
I changed because I'm counting them all on Goodreads so that I can rate them and stuff, even though I don't really like reading children's picture books. But I have changed my my Goodreads goal to include all the picture books that I know that I'm going to be reading. Because, they add up so quickly, those picture books.
They do, yeah.
Yeah. A couple of books on the go, and I don't mind it at all. That you're currently reading? Yeah, I don't mind it either.
Yeah.
I don't mind that either. Yes, I do love horrors and thrillers. I get bored. Wow, I'm really behind on comments. Sorry, everybody.
Yay, there's so many of you.
I do love horrors and thrillers. I get bored easily if it's not popping. The Dying Game is by Asa Advik. Okay, Asa. Yeah, I think I've heard of that one, but I need to be up on my thrillers more. Just saw that Kelly Yang has Key Player coming out in September of this year. Oh dear. I don't know what I still need to work on this one.
She just had a book come out this month that's not in the Front Desk series, I think. Okay.
So she's just kind of on top of it right now. She's writing. Yeah. They were easy to double up between all of them. The prompts, you mean? Is it
the prompts?
Yeah. Picture books. Yeah. Or prompts. The only things I'm doing is Buzzwordathon and my own personal A to Z challenge. Oh, fantastic. How is that going? Really well. This is actually my Buzzwordathon book. Yeah. So this counts for Buzzwordathon.
Yes.
I'm doing another readathon through Instagram and my 5-star predictions and middle grade March. Oh, this is I gotta read this. I gotta do some sprints.
Like quadruple duty.
Great Godathon, yes. That's a pretty popular one too. Finished 4 books already, and I'm on my way to have my best reading. Oh, congratulations!
That's awesome.
Ever. That's amazing. So glad I caught up your live. You got me through a tough time this year. So happy to have found someone in my age group here on BookTube. I'm Jenny, by the way. Welcome, Jenny. Welcome. And
Amy
I'm glad
tends to do that.
I'm blushing. Stop. Actually, I'm just getting hot. I think it's just getting really hot here. I blush too, though. A place to hang the moon. I think we'll have a good conversation about the situation. Oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
That would be a good one to have a conversation about with her now.
Yeah, because Abigail and I were talking about how it has to do with the during World War II, how children from London were evacuated out in hopes of being out of harm's way if Germany bombed England, and they were sent to live with foster families, and some were treated very, very poorly and some were treated very, very well, and they went back to England or back to London at different points. This fear that's taking place in Ukraine right now is definitely present in those books. For sure.
That would be a good read then, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
What grade do you teach, Jane? Oops. Reading Anna. Oh, nice. And Anne of Green Gables.
Those are 2 very different Annes.
Yeah.
I do love Anne of Green Gables.
That is too funny. Okay, sorry, I had to write something down really fast. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Preschool special education, 3 to 5 years old. All of them. Thank you, Jane. Thank you.
Yeah, you read all those books. That's what they need.
Yeah. Random question: are you guys sisters? You look so similar. No. We just got lucky, I guess.
Yeah.
The Amy and the adorable, charming looks. We're just both very fortunate and modest. I want to read Anna Karenina, but it's I'm reading that this year at some point.
That's impressive.
With Kim, actually. Kim and I are going to read it in, I think we're going to try and spread it over 2 months, though. We're going to do it in September to October. So
I will not be joining you for that.
It's so funny because I've been talking about some of the buddy reads I'm going to, I've been talking about some of the buddy reads I've been doing, especially on sprints and stuff, and everybody's like, oh, I want to read that. I want to read that. I'm like, oh, that's great. But now it's holding more and more accountable. Let's see. Glasses, brown hair, same shirt. I know. It's uncanny. Yeah.
Yeah.
I fall in love with audiobooks over the last year. I'll listen to books while I get work done outside for hours. That is a nice way to spend your time outside, especially
cleaning the house.
Yeah.
Are you caught up?
Yeah, I'm caught up. So
congratulations.
No more comments, everybody. Comment away, but we'll talk about those comments when we come back from a sprint because I want to make sure we get some reading done.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, did you say what you're reading, Amy?
I don't know that I did. So I'm reading All 13, which is by Christine Soontervat. And it is the story of the soccer team in Thailand. It's nonfiction that were trapped in a cave for days. And all 13 of them survived. It is. Yeah, middle grade nonfiction.
Oh, that's fantastic. That sounds very tough. Get the
cover. And right now, here we go. Nope, nope. And right now it's just reading like I'm reading fiction. It just feels like I'm reading fiction because
Yeah.
it's just, it
It's reading
just
that. Very narrative then, huh?
grabs you in. Yeah, very narrative nonfiction. And yeah, so that's what I'm going to be reading.
Cool. Okay. So what should we start out with? Should we start out with 20 minutes? Does that sound good?
I think,
30
yeah, that sounds
minutes?
good.
Which one sounds better?
Let's do
You get
20.
to choose. 20. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll do 20. I don't have a timer up, so we'll just do 20 minutes from now, which is what? 10 or 05?
Yep.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, 06.
06. We'll do 07. Just give us time to give us a minute to shift.
Yeah.
Okay. And happy reading, everybody. Good luck. Hopefully you
Happy reading.
have an amazing reading sprint.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome back. Sorry, I was a bit distracting in that round, wasn't I? Because I was a bit distracted. I was looking at stuff and I'm like, I clicked, clicked, clicked. You're like, oh shit, no.
Am I supposed to be back? What's happening?
No, that was just me futzing around. So, Charlotte, and then everybody tell us how you did during that round. I was going to catch up on Charlotte's comment because I didn't catch on about before. It's about the book that, what is it? Is that?
A Place to Hang the Moon.
Mm-hmm. It is present in a lot of English books with the World War II period. In Narnia, it's important, and recently read the Guernsey Literary and Potato Society, and it deals with evacuating of children. Yeah.
I don't remember that in Narnia, but I'm sure that it was actually there. But yeah, I've never. It's fascinating. It's fascinating the decisions that these parents had to make. Do I chance it and keep my child with me, or do I send them hoping that they're going to be safe? Yeah. Like, it's terrifying. It's terrifying that these parents had to make these decisions.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Don't we all?
True story.
Hey, Gregory, welcome. Glad to have you. I also read for the BookTube prize, so I have 2 of those left. Really wish I wouldn't have put off the chunkiest 2 until last. Once I finish Anne of Green Gables, I'll start Discovery of Witches. Woohoo! I'm enjoying it. I'm over halfway now, so I'm doing well on that. Let's see. Welp, no reading, but updated my bullet journal with the series that I wanted to keep track of. Oh, look, thank you, Brandy.
Yeah, I love how your name's in your name now.
Yeah. Productivity reading, it all works. We're happy with everything here. I walked. It was fun. Where'd you walk to, Shell? Shell is one of the ones that reads so darn fast that she makes me, yeah.
She probably read 4 books while she was walking.
Of course she did. 34 pages of Pony. Did you read that yet?
To read?
Okay.
No, not yet.
I want to read it closer book, right?
Yeah, this is the group book, so I want to read it closer to when we're going to talk about it. But then what's going to happen is it's going to be like 2 days before, and I'm going to not have read it yet, and I'm going to miss stuff. So once I have my adult book club this Thursday. So once that's done, then I think I'm going to start reading Pony so that I don't feel under the gun about it.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. I hate that feeling. It's how they come to live in the house where the closet is.
I mean, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I just didn't remember it's been a really long time since I read Narnia, and I only read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, which somebody said that they were reading it this summer. Was it you?
That was one of the ones where I had mentioned in one of the sprints that I'm reading it with the autistic reader with Christine, and everybody's like, I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to do it. So we got like at least 5 or 6 people that are like, I want to read that one. So I guess it's turning into a read along as opposed to a buddy read.
Yeah.
Because I've only read
I have all of them in my classroom, and I've never read all of them. There they are.
Well, this summer might be a good time for it.
Yeah, for sure.
16 pages. That's fantastic. Nice. What did I read? I didn't read as much as I should have. I did message Kim about my Robin Hobb thing. So I was like, I read 10 pages considering I was so distracted. That's pretty good.
I read 7%. I don't know how many pages that is, though. I think it was I don't know what page I started on.
It's always hard.
I'm on page 62 now. I think I was on page 30 something.
Oh, good.
So, 20 something pages.
Yeah. 226, about 10 pages for, yeah. The only good end scenes is not an easy book to read either, so I think that's good. I think I'm going to make some grilled cheese. Ooh, I read a couple of chapters of This House is Haunted during their sprints, though. Fantastic. Grilled cheese sounds good.
So yummy. My sister makes grilled cheese croutons.
Ooh.
Like
what?
For salad.
She makes a grilled cheese and then she cuts them up into little pieces?
Yeah. Yeah. And then I don't know what she does. She does something to them again, and they're like croutons. They're so delicious. My sister's like a genius. She is like, oh, she's so great. Anyway.
Is she younger than you or older than you?
She's 2 years older than me.
Ah, so you're the younger sister. You're like, my sister's a genius.
I am. I was the annoying younger sister.
I have a half brother.
2 years and 6 days, exactly.
Oh, wow. That's perfect. Yeah. That's a good difference. My brother's 12 years younger than me. And, but because we weren't raised in the same house for a good portion of our childhood, he also thinks I'm a genius, which is nice. I've got him fooled.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have anybody that thinks I'm a genius because I'm the youngest.
No.
But my students kind of think I'm a genius when I turn their computers off and on and they suddenly work. So.
Wow. You know what's so funny about that is thinking about the whole teachers having to zoom in with their students and whatnot. Kids are so good at technology like social media and stuff nowadays, but there are certain hardware issues that kids just cannot understand. It's so strange to think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there are definitely times where I'm like, I've got students that I'm like, I need you to come over here and check my computer, please.
I will be looking for those students because I'd be happy to accept the help. My nan and brothers and sisters were sent away from London in the war and then quickly brought back because my great nan was too worried about them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is just such a frightening prospect that you'd have to make that choice. That anybody would have to make that choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just dropped off Nathaniel, my nephew, at Dave & Buster's and parked forever away. Did you listen to an audiobook while you were walking, Shell?
Dave & Buster's is so fun.
It is. I haven't been to one in years.
We just got it in Green Bay. Like I live in the Green Bay area, and like 3 years ago, I think, it was just built. So
wow, that's fun though. Those are fun places to go. And now that things are starting to calm down a bit, it'd be fun to get out and do stuff like that again. There are also Jewish families during World War II that put their children in hiding places, but at the end, the parents never returned. Yeah,
that's devastating.
Yeah, and for the kids, gosh, can you imagine? No, I don't even want to. You have to imagine, but yeah. Last February, Narnia, right?
Narnia?
Yeah. It's going to happen. Jane, you read a chapter. Fantastic. Trying to slow my reading down a bit. So Shell has this blog, a reading blog, and I follow it, and I'm like, Shell, you're in January still. You need to start writing. This is how I can slow her reading down a bit. It's like be on her butt about her blog.
Just keep reminding her.
Yeah. Grilled cheese dipped in ketchup.
See, I do tomato soup, which is pretty much the same thing. It's just tomato soup is just like heated up ketchup, right? So.
Yeah, it is exactly the same. Yeah, so that sounds good.
With water.
Yeah, just not as concentrated. Where do you teach?
I teach in Rystaffon, Wisconsin.
How's the weather there for you?
It was pretty snowy this morning, and it's like 40 degrees right now. So
extremes.
Indecisive is what it is.
I can't decide.
Yeah.
My husband and I were thinking about how it would be for us if war came and we had to flee abroad with our 5 children. It seems impossible. For a lot of people, it's real. Yeah.
Yeah.
5 children. Yeah. That would seem impossible. And
It would seem impossible with one child.
yeah.
But five, yeah. That's
Yeah.
just to even have to make that decision it's devastating. And yeah.
Yeah, I have it. I don't even. I can't even know how to. Where are you guys? I'm in Canada. Oh, what part of Canada? I'm right over the border from Canada. I'm in northern Washington State.
And I'm in northeast Wisconsin.
Yes, I'm close to. If you're on this side, I'm close to you. On that side, you're close to Amy. Sound like the weather here in Chicago. Mom always says, if you don't like the weather, wait an hour.
Exactly. Yep.
That was my experience in Texas.
Neighbors.
Oh yeah.
Chicago.
I think the only time I've ever gone to Chicago, I was like 12 or something. It was fun though. I had a good time there.
Chicago's nice.
Belgium. Yeah, you're closer to everything that's going on then.
Yeah.
So a real threat, a real danger. Yeah. Also, the war stuff is so sad right now. I don't even know what to say. It sucks. Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. It's been scary. Shell and I talked about it quite a bit, and
yeah,
it's hard for me to know even what to do.
And to process all of that.
Yeah. Alberta. Okay.
So kind of like in between us,
Yeah.
right? Like, I think.
Yes. Well,
Picture my Canadian.
I know. I gotta look at a map.
Maybe a little bit closer to me, I think, but.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. I guess.
My kids just took the Canada map test, so.
Oh, I don't know. Alberta's actually closer to me.
Is it?
Saskatchewan is closer. Is it right in the middle? And then Manitoba's much closer to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're getting our geography lesson.
Yeah.
A lot of towns in Belgium are flooded with refugees right now. Yeah. I have a lot of family in Poland, and I'm seeing a lot of those messages on my Facebook feed. That there's just such a hard,
yeah.
It's just such a scary time. It's just such a scary time.
Yeah.
My ancestors from Ukraine, so it's kind of crazy. Yeah. The situation reminds me of the war from Yugoslavia. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's I don't even know what to think about all of it.
Yeah. And it reminds me also of the book A Long Walk to Water by Linda Sue Park. Like that one talks about refugee type situations as well, or when seeds are scattered. Actually takes place in a refugee camp. And I don't know, just I read that one with my students earlier this year, and they were just like, really? This is now? Well, no, not now. And then in the 80s, but yeah, I mean, still now,
Yeah. Yeah. And
but
gosh, I can't even imagine what it must be like for kids with kids that are going through these developmental periods right now, first with COVID, then first with just things, and then political situations and stuff like that, but then also COVID, and then now this, and then just so many other things. There's just so many things. And of course, that COVID has been lasting, but I think that as far as our mental health and stuff, it's really taken more of a toll more recently. And then now we have this war that's, so just, gosh, I feel so, I know it's rough for all of us, but I can't even imagine what it must be like for students who are going through those developmental periods and trying to make sense of the world.
Yeah.
And they don't even have school.
It's already tough to be a kid, for my kids, especially for middle schoolers, it's tough to be a middle schooler. I don't care, who you are, to be a middle schooler. And then to have all this other stuff kind of being thrown at you, and basically being used as a pawn in a lot of situations. Like, it's just really, it's hard.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And also, for a while they couldn't even, everything was done through Zoom. And you don't have that support system that you have when you're in school, or the same, like building those social connections, having that connection to other people as well, which is really hard at that time. And
Yeah, for sure.
could feel very isolating.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Ontario. Ah, okay. Definitely closer to you then. In Israel, we have a lot of immigrants from Ukraine and Russia, and the situation is tense between them. Also, there are families that are mixed between the nation. That is more difficult. I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tense time. It's going to be a tense time.
Yeah.
I have a 10-year-old, and Russia is definitely on his radar. We talk a lot about it in school, and he has a lot of questions at home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, her son Nathaniel has a lot of opinions about about everything that's going on, but he is so on top of things. Like, he follows all the news feeds. Like, social media and news outlets and everything in general is so available to children nowadays, and they're paying attention.
Yeah.
We love distance schooling, but the 5 kids, they're never really alone.
Yeah.
That is. Do they get along well? Because that makes a big difference too. I would imagine.
Yeah. For me, it was living alone. Like, it was not in my head. That's why I started BookTube to begin with, so I could talk to my camera and feel like I was actually talking to a person, and things like that.
Did that help quite a bit?
I think it helped a lot. Yeah. So, but it was a really long time where I wasn't, like, I was Zooming with my family, but I wasn't really seeing them. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it was tough.
Yeah. Yeah. COVID was a rough, and especially if you're living alone. I mean, I got lucky that I had to move back home because I got so poor after going back to school. But, like, it was a good time because I would have been so stressed. I would have been really, really stressed because my mom and I, she's a single parent. So it's always been, and I'm an only child. So it's always been like the two of us. And so it would have been very stressful, like, because you couldn't, be with your family, and there were so many restrictions and stuff. And
so is your brother and
my dad? Mm-hmm. My dad remarried when I was 12.
Oh, okay.
And I got a cute little baby brother. And he's wonderful. He's wonderful. Just I lived with my mom more. I did live with my dad for a little while, but I was a mama's girl, and so
right.
And so I didn't get to be raised with my brother. Well, and I was already not raised by then, but I was already. He was so cute though, and he still is. He's adorable. My brother's so darn cute. But now he's like 26, he's going to be 26, I think. It's unbelievable. That was a couple of years ago. That's horrifying.
Yeah, 2 years ago when my brother was born.
Yeah.
I mean, 26 years ago.
Oh, time flies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I feel old because some of my former students are having babies, and I'm like, okay. Haven't had them as students yet, but it's going to happen eventually.
That's unacceptable. It's really you need to stop. You just need to stop.
No, not allowed.
Let's see. Or the kids whose first memories were COVID, and now this. Like, this is your first memories as a child. Wild. Imagine they think it's probably not. Yeah. Oh, I have thought about that. I have thought about that. This is what they think, or at least I just feel like they're getting the
normal.
Yeah, the bad end of the stick is what they're getting. Yes, I can imagine it was harder for singles than for us. It was nice in a lot of ways. Yeah, I do know someone who was just in a relationship, and she loved it because they got time to get to really strength in their
Yeah, but
relationship.
that could be really risky.
Well, yeah, it could be. Luckily, I guess for them, it worked out.
Yeah. That's awesome
yes.
if it works out.
Sort of. I think they're more adaptable. Yeah, they've got more of that resilience probably because of it. Nathaniel's 15, and now that the mask mandates are gone, he's so used to wearing them that he'd rather just keep doing it. Yeah, I could see that. They are more resilient because of traumatic situations like that. That's what poor kids.
Yeah.
I hate it when my kids normalize this stuff. I'm like, no, this is not normal. Be innocent.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we had parent-teacher vibes, and a parent walked in and said to the teacher, "You were my English teacher too." You told me so false in that moment. I'm glad that I'm becoming a teacher late in the game, in my own age, so it won't happen until I'm much older. And then I'll be like, yeah, I'm old. It's okay.
Well, and imagine if I taught, like, if next year I started teaching preschool, like,
yeah,
my first students, the first kids that my students had would be like 5. So, like, if I started teaching kindergarten next year,
you could have,
I'd have
you'd have your kids,
Yeah.
or your kids' kids.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool, but kind of weird.
My grand students.
Yeah, that's right. They'd be, oh, that's so cute. I like that.
Yeah.
Maybe. Like, I'm not sure if I do.
Well, it's funny because when I had one of my 8th grade classes, we went to Washington, D.C. for our class trip, and my mom's birthday was while we were there, and they called from, like, the Lincoln Memorial. They called my mom to say happy birthday to her, and they were like, "Happy birthday from your grand students," at my mom. And so my mom was like, "My grand students." Now I'm like, and now I have grand students.
Yeah, you do. I wonder what they would be like if you remember their parents so well from teaching them. Obviously you would, and then, like, what are their kids like? Would their kids be? I think that would be so fascinating just to see.
Yeah.
What your
my
kids.
My colleagues that have their, it's funny.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was so glad I was still with my parents, especially when I decided to go back to school at the end of 2020 and need that support to get through it all. Yeah, I've been very fortunate. Not everybody is as fortunate as we have been, Natalie. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good. It's great. 56 days vibes. What is that? I don't know that.
56 days. It's one of the 3-word author names. Catherine Ryan Howard, or one of those, and it's like, it's a horror, but it's like right at the beginning of the pandemic, and they're like stuck together for 56 days. And I haven't read it yet, but it's kind of that's what it sounds like.
Yeah. The same too with the masks. Unfortunately, the cases are rising again. Yeah, that's scary too. Like, my college is going back to no masks 2 weeks after the next term starts, and I'm curious to see how many people decide. I think it's going to take time for us to feel comfortable again. Yeah, Mr. Burkhead. He was he was the music teacher when I was in high school, and I did performances, surprisingly, because I'm such a ham. But Shell's son is going to our same high school, so that's weird enough anyways, and he has my same Mr. Burkhead. So I messaged Mr. Burkhead and said, "I hope my nephew's really good for you." I'm sure that's so awkward.
Yeah, my nephew had I didn't have her as a teacher, but she was a teacher when I was in school, and then I went back to the school and I was volunteering, and I volunteered in her classroom some, and my nephew ended up having her as a teacher, and I messaged her and I was like, "Oh my gosh, my nephew has." Like, I was just like dying. I was so excited. And the first day of school, I called him and I was like, "How was your first day?" And he was like, "It was fine." And then all of a sudden he goes, "It was like the best first day ever." Like, he just wanted to be super cool kid about it, but then he just couldn't because he was
Oh,
like,
that
she
is
was
so
so good.
awesome. Oh, I love that.
So,
Oh, that's wonderful.
yeah.
Okay, we got to do another sprints, don't we? Let's
Yeah.
do some of these really quickly. But celebrate my 30th birthday this past January with your students. That's
Yay.
amazing. Happy birthday. I want
Happy
to read
birthday.
that book so bad, 56 Days. A lot of people where I live aren't being quick to get up, let go of masks, even now that the mandate is lifted. I think that's going to be the same in Washington. Some places, yes, but other places. I had a teacher that taught my aunt, me, my brother, and cousin. That is so cool.
Mhm.
That's weird, but cool. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
I had a lot of teachers in high school that had my dad, and my dad, like, he like got really mad about a test grade in English one day and went up to his teacher and ripped up his test in front of her and like threw it away because he was really mad. And that was like the first thing the teacher said to my sister when she had him. You're Paul's daughter.
That's why it can be awkward, I imagine, because you don't want to be compared to the
Yeah.
other person.
Yeah, and I don't know why he ripped it up. He might have had a reason. I don't know. Like, not saying he was a
Oh dear.
troublemaker, but he took a stand that one time for sure.
56 Days is about a
Yeah.
pandemic couple who got together just as COVID was starting. Okay. Oh, so
Mhm.
it was recent, huh? It's a murder
Yeah.
mystery. Okay. You know what, Jenny, I'm going to come back to your comment after we do a sprint. So let's do a sprint, and then we will, because we'll talk. We'll talk when we come back. So you want to do another 20 minutes, or would you like to do 30?
30's good.
Okay.
Let's do 30.
We're going to do a 30-minute sprint, and let's see what that'll bring us to. It'll bring us to 04. So we'll do 05 just to be safe. Just to carry us through. And don't worry, we'll come back to those comments and questions and thoughts, and have happy reading. Hope you guys make it far.
Happy reading. Mute myself. Nope.
Welcome back. Woohoo. I
Hi.
have 30 pages.
Same, about 33 pages.
Mr. Yao.
Yeah, he's kind of meanie.
Yeah.
You'll want to slap him a couple more times.
I want to do more than slap him.
You know, the thing that bothers me, like we were talking before about how the book doesn't look like the cover of the book looks very cartoonish and and that stops some of my older readers from reading it because it looks
Mhm.
babyish. And like that's not cool.
No,
Like
no. Because it's very mature,
it really
actually.
is a disservice to the
Mhm.
book that it's cartoony
Mhm.
and stuff. But at the same time, it shouldn't stop them. Like
Yeah.
I try to try to tell them, come on guys, like
It's not
don't
what you
be
think it is. Yeah.
yeah,
Don't let it
but
stop you.
I think it does a disservice because you have older kids that don't pick it up because it looks babyish, and you have younger kids that can't really handle it,
Mhm.
maybe picking it up thinking that it's going to be this, but
Hearted. Yeah, no, it's
yeah,
mature. It's very
it just
mature.
doesn't match. It's so cutesy, but
Yeah, I agree. I know
yeah,
that was
but
surprising, but
yeah. Can I just say, like, we're talking about all of the Ukrainian stuff in the state of the world and being disenfranchised. I mean, if you need a book to lift your spirit about the power of like working together and grouping, all this book is just like I'm just reading about all these people that are coming to the aid of these boys, and it's just so good, so good.
full of
And
hope.
I know it's so full of hope. Also, not full of hope, but it's so full of hope. And it's like, I know the ending because it's called The Rescue of the 13 boys. Like, that they get out. And I'm still at the edge of my seat. Like, are they going to get out of here? I know they're gonna.
It's in the title.
It's in the title, Bowman. Come on. That's like, I read The Boys on the Boat, and it's about the U.S. rowing team's
Oh
journey
yeah.
to the Olympic gold in 1936. And the last race, I'm sitting there like, are they going to win? Yeah, they're going to win.
To the gold.
But it's just so like immersive and propulsive and like, oh my gosh.
I love that. Good. That's especially
Oh,
good for nonfiction, especially for younger kids. That's
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
I put it on
for
my.
sure.
I'm gonna be adding a lot of books to my want to read list.
Yeah,
Thanks.
that's what I'm here for.
Okay, so Jenny had asked, what made you decide to go back to school, Amy? And I heard you mention you've changed careers a few times. Yeah, I've had a lot of careers. I am one of those people who likes to do a lot of like I like variety, and I'm good at a lot of things. I'm not like I've never had one thing I'm so good at, but I'm good at a lot of little things. Like very Renaissance person, but Renaissance man, Renaissance. Like I'm good at a lot of things, but I'm not amazing at any one thing, and so it makes it hard when trying to settle down on something that you want to do for a career. And I wasn't a good student when I was younger, so I didn't have the same ambitions school wise that other people tend to have. So when I started working in work, and I realized that not having an education here in the U.S. Is limiting. It's very limiting. And I was really good at my job, but because I didn't have a degree, I was getting overlooked for higher positions because even though I was completely capable, I didn't have the degree to back. And I was working in accounting. So in accounting, and so, but I got a culinary degree. That wasn't for me. I don't have the right personality for that. And, I worked in accounting. I've done a lot of strange things in my life, but I went back to school for accounting to get my degree. And I just fell in love with science, and I followed that all the way through. But I went back to school later in life. So went back to school because I realized that not having a degree was hindering my ability to move up in the companies that I was working for. And but then I changed my mind to science because that's unfortunately a part of my personality. And I've with COVID and with just how science is in this country at the moment, it was really hard. It's been really hard for me to find a good position as a biologist, especially moving up to where I live now. There's not a lot of opportunities, and even the entry level positions up here tend to have a long line of people who have a lot of experience going for them. So in my current job, I work in outreach and I get to work with kids all the time. And I've always sort of thought about teaching, but I was afraid for many, many reasons. And I kind of let that stop me. But this job has made me realize like that is a strength and something I love. And I love working with kids. I didn't realize how much I would love it until I had the opportunity to do it. And so that's why. There's my long story short. Was it that short?
I mean, I've never seen you working with kids, but your personality is just very it's very kid-like. I know, like one of the very first comments I made, not kid-like, but kid,
no,
you know what I'm saying. But
Yeah,
one of the very first comments I made
you.
to you on one of your videos was like, "Oh my gosh, you're going to be such a good teacher!" Like because you're just like you exude joy and happiness and hope and all those things that teachers need to have, but also like you have that, everything, we need to do this and we need to get this done and we need to be organized, and you have those things. So
Well, coming from a teacher, that is very nice to hear because I definitely feel that from you, Amy. So I
hope I try.
No, I do. Yeah, I'm just excited. And luckily for me, I have life experience. So I'm in class with students. And my peers are all 19, 20, 21, and they're really scared about a lot of things. And I'm mostly scared about the parents. So they're scared about classroom management and stuff. And I'm like, oh, I think I can handle that. I know there'll be times when it's tough, but I have a lot more confidence in that area now, just having had some experience in classrooms, but then also knowing that I'll survive it,
Yeah.
But they're dealing with a lot of the fears. And so it does give me a bit of a leg up going back to school now.
But just doing the outreach that you're doing too, like that gives you some of that experience too.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see, my younger brothers hated having teachers that I had previously because they always be like, oh, you're Ashley's brother. Yeah, I get compared. Yeah, and if you're not as good of a student as as Ashley, if they weren't as good of students, it would be frustrating. That could be difficult. My cousin and I are 8 years apart, and then my brother's 2 years younger. I went to high school and said that I'm the good winger.
Nice.
It's good if you're the one that is like, oh, I'm the good one. I'm going to be the easy one for you.
Good one. I'm the good one.
See, my aunt has a very special way of writing, and the first she told my cousin, oops, sorry, that's loud, is your mother writes upside down. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that I guess you would be compared, or you could be compared, or at least you get all the stories about your family members when they were kids or when they were younger, which could be fun. Screw it, Shell's starting Bear and the Nightingale because, yeah, she's now that we've been saying all the things about it, she's been curious about it too for a while. My mom actually didn't like it, so I'll be curious to see what Shell thought, because I know so many people that either loved it, or it's another one of those ones. You either love it or you didn't love it.
Well, I was just kind of like, this is okay. But I want to know more.
Yeah.
So do you get called Ames a lot?
Just by Shell. I get Amers a lot. I get, let's see, Amers. I've been called Amykins, Ames. Those are the main ones.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been Amers and Ames. I had one business teacher in high school that called me Aim all the time. And I was like, it's one more letter. Just
Aim me.
Just add the. It's one more letter. I don't know why it grated on me so much, but it always did.
I'm trying to think if I've been called Aim before. Probably.
Probably. I mean, it's just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing I get called the most is Sis, Nancy, and Mom. By my mom. Because she can never remember who I actually am. So that's sort of the most common
Oh,
nicknames for me.
oh my gosh. That's funny.
But Shell had mentioned, especially I think because the last time we did sprints, you were in the chat, and she's like, "I'm just going to call you Ames from now on because Amy, and it can get confusing."
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that happens. Geography is hard. It can be really hard.
It's like
I love geography.
how I know where Alberta is. Like
Okay.
Ashley's
Okay.
probably like stupid Americans. Hi, Krista.
Hey, Krista, we're reading middle grade books.
She probably wrote that like an hour ago.
I know.
Oh,
Yeah.
when we were talking about the cover, that wasn't that long ago. Yeah, it does. It doesn't. Yeah.
No,
Exactly.
it really doesn't, and that is so surprising because, and I don't know that I necessarily gave it 5-star predictions thinking about the cover. I was thinking about the content, and just I read Other Words for Home recently, and that I loved so much that I was like, it's not the same, it's a completely different experience, but it's that coming of age sort of dealing with the hardships of being an immigrant in a new country, and I really liked that. So I figured I tend to like those kind of stories. I really like coming of age stories in general. I just like hearing about the experience of what people have to overcome. And then, of course, there's so much more writing on their experiences because they're immigrants to a country that's not nice in a lot of ways to immigrants. And so I did figure it might be a 5-star for that reason. But yeah, I was just so surprised in picking this up and starting it and like, whoa, tone is so different than this picture.
Yeah. For real.
Not in a bad way, though. I mean, like, the tone is good.
No, but it is. Yeah.
19 Pages The Dying Game. So are you liking it so far, Ashley? Is it going well? 24, and this book is making me angry. Was that Charlotte? Were you reading Grady Hendrix? Who's reading Grady Hendrix? I gotta scroll back really fast. Oh dear, we've talked a lot. I'm reading I finished 4 books. Oh.
I feel like it said that we had like there were like 304 comments or something.
Yeah, so we're good talkers.
Yeah.
Grady Hendrix. Yeah, so it's making you angry. What is it?
In a good way?
Southern Guide to Slaying Vampires.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like books that make me angry in a way that I think is the intention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if it's not, then that could be a problem.
Like Front Desk, that makes you angry in a good way. Like,
yeah.
46 pages. That's that.
Of The Bear and the Nightingale. Nice, Shell. I'm like, I got 30 pages of a middle grade.
No shade. No shade.
Yeah, I love people who read fast. I'm just teasing my friend because it's part of the 18 pages, Natalie. Great job. 3 chapters of No Time for Goodbye. 53. Awesome, Jane. Awesome.
Nice.
All 13. Yes, it's so good.
Yeah, Chris is reading all 13 too.
You guys buddy reading that?
Yeah, well, kind of. I kind of invited myself into her buddy review with Cozy Reader Kelly yesterday. My friends.
Perfect.
So they graciously invited me into their chat too. So yeah.
It's fun talking about, and nonfiction especially is a fun genre to talk about.
Yeah. For sure.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Sometimes covers are surprisingly influential on making choices when it comes to books.
Yeah. All 13 is, it's intense. Because there's one where his boss was like, "Do you really think that they're still alive?" And the guy was like, "Nope." I was like,
yeah.
Ugh. It's intense.
What do all the boys get out?
They all do that. It's all 13. They all get out.
Well, all 13. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Subject to great
domination. There are some consequences.
Okay.
From what I know.
So not everybody's going to come out
yet, though. But there's,
responses to the fact that they're in a traumatic situation that could affect them.
Well, but to like rescuers and things like that. But
Oh,
all 13 of the boys survive,
okay.
or 12
So,
in the coach. Yeah.
okay. Ugh, gosh, I gotta read that one. I want to read that now.
Yeah.
I'm going to be teaching the little ones. So, kind of like what I was saying in my quick summary of my life, my work life. I like variety. So, granted, my background is in science, but I do tend to enjoy all the different subjects. The only one I was scared about was math, but my math classes that I've been taking now to prepare me to teach math have been like life changing, and so I am excited to teach everything. So I will be probably doing third to fifth. I'm not sure yet what, but that's my plan.
Nice.
What made you?
I'm partial to fifth.
Are you?
Of those grades, yeah.
Yeah. What made you decide to teach, like, a later elementary through middle school?
Well, I was like third grade all the way. Like, I want third grade, I want third grade, I want third grade. And then my first job offer was for middle school, and I just love it. Like, there's just, middle schoolers need certain teachers that are going to understand, or at least try to understand them. And that's what I try to do. And so I just think that there's, like, middle schoolers need a certain type of teacher. And I think that that's the type of teacher that I strive to be, at least. Not that I always succeed, but yeah, I just fell in love with it. There are times when I'm like, man, if I was teaching third grade, they would think I'm awesome.
I know. Whenever I go into the second grade classes, I mean, they have tantrums and they have rough moments, and the attention span can be difficult, but they are so grateful for you to be there. Thank you so much for coming to our class. Thank you for bringing the salmon. We love them so much. Can I show you this? I named a fish after you. That's the one we named after you. That one's Amy. Like, you're just like, oh, my heart.
Love it. Love it.
She's got spunk. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I do. Maybe I think of it more like silly and ridiculous, but that's spunk's nice.
Yeah, gotta have a good sense of humor.
Yeah.
Oh,
thank you. I love what you're teaching, and that makes I think those are the most effective teachers that I've ever had. Anyways, teachers that love what they're doing, and even if I don't love the subject matter, I'm so excited about their excitement that I tend to at least not mind learning so much what they're teaching.
Yeah. Yeah.
Our notebook. I wrote everyone's name weird. Mostly I use Ames when there are more than one Amy. Yeah. I highly recommend When Stars Are Scattered by Victoria Jameson and Omar Mohammed. It's a middle grade graphic novel. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Ooh, graphic novel.
Yeah, and it's nonfiction. Like, it's a memoir. It's Omar Mohammed's life, and Victoria Jameson like helped him write it.
Okay, that is awesome.
But yeah, super second that.
Yes, Grady Hendrix. Yes.
Yep.
You had a good way. Characters so real and what's happening so unfair. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Good. That's good. Those are the good kind of makes you angry.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, A Dying Game is wearing brilliantly. It's about some people who are put on an island under the pretense of being tested for a job position. One person has a task of faking their death and observing the rest of the people on the island.
That sounds awesome. Like, as a book, I don't want to be there. Yeah. But that sounds awesome.
All of a sudden, I'm picturing this reality show where Amy.
Let's be clear.
Yeah. Stars Are Scattered is so good. Welcome, Chica. Welcome.
Hello.
Started the Hawthorne Legacy today.
That series I keep on hearing about too.
That's
the one that starts with. Is it
games?
Yeah, I keep hearing about that one.
Yeah, I do want to read that one. That's on my. I hope I can read it at some point in my lifetime book. Yeah, I have a lot of those.
Yeah, I don't have a TBR. I hope I can get to it at some point in my lifetime list.
I have,
What's the acronym for that?
yeah, I have,
IHIC
I hope to, I
G
hope to get to it at some point
at
in
some
my life.
point in
That's a
my life.
long acronym.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tend to make other people read books that I want to read because I know I can't get to it. So then I just make, and then my fast readers in my life, my mom, Shell, Magda, I just make them read all the books I want to read. And so then I feel like I can live vicariously through them.
Yeah.
They started 7 people and now they're down to 3. The observer and slash dead person. And the observer slash dead person. I don't even really know what's going on, but it's pretty interesting. I hope we find out what happens. Ah, that's exciting.
That is exciting.
Sounds good. The Dying Game. That sounds frightening. I heard about that one. Is it also about refugees? All the stars are
Yes.
set.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a graphic memoir of 2 boys brothers who are in a Kenyan refugee camp. They're originally from Somalia, I think. Okay. Yeah, I put that on my list.
Okay. Yeah.
Started as high school math. My first position was 7th grade and fell in love. Middle school ever since.
Yeah.
I may end up that direction because I do think middle schoolers are fascinating. They're so weird.
Yeah.
I like that.
I mean,
I like weird.
it's just it's a lifestyle. Middle school. It's a lifestyle.
Is it really?
Feels like it sometimes.
Oh.
Oh, me? Oh, yeah, I do. I do. I really, really try to. And it's funny because they really love choosing books that they think I'm going to hate because they don't think, like, they're like, Miss Bowman hasn't read a book that she hates, which I have, but not often. I try to find merit in everything, but it's so funny because they're like, they want me to get out of my comfort zone. For sure. It's really fun.
That's cool, though. I think that's great that they want to challenge you to see.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good, and it's also cruel.
A little scary sometimes. In February, they had me read a thriller, Red Rover, and that was a roller coaster. So
I enjoyed that video a lot, actually. That was hilarious.
I went through every level. Just like, okay.
I thought that was too funny. I was like, oh my gosh, these kids, of course. And I knew when you were talking about the choices, I'm like, oh, they're picking Red Rover. There's no way.
Yeah.
They're picking
Yeah.
other options.
Yeah.
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 I think from now on, you got to give them options.
If I really wanted them to pick Paper Hearts, which is the one I wanted to read the most, but if I really wanted them to pick it, like I knew how to get them to choose that. I just chose not to.
Yeah.
I mean, there was definitely a part of me that wanted to read Red Rover the most. That's the part that came out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not so much in the video, but that
it was planned. Yeah. Cause you knew that, well, I mean, not, you knew it wasn't planned, but I mean, I'm sure you could kind of think that.
Like I knew right away that, and the year before when they chose it, they chose the one that they thought was going to make me cry. And I purposely said, one of your brothers told me this book was going to make me cry, knowing full well they were going to be like, yep, got to see her cry. You know, like, you know, there's a certain amount of, you don't give middle schoolers choices if you're not willing to do both of those choices.
That's true. Yeah. They're not going to worry about you being uncomfortable. They're not stressed about that.
No. Yeah.
I read that last year and it was great. Which one?
When seeds are scattered, maybe.
Probably because that's the one we're
talking about. Yeah.
Heard it last year on the Read Aloud Revival podcast, and I was so intrigued. Okay, I definitely, and it's a graphic novel, so I gotta get.
Yeah, you'll read it you'll read it so fast. It's
funny, funny or silly.
She must be talking to both of us.
I knew that was
You can tell me if it's worth it.
Wait, okay.
I do that to my sister sometimes.
about a book, and then he can tell me if it's worth he spends on. Yeah. So the problem is that I tend to I have different tastes than Momshell and Max. I mean, we like a lot of the same books, but then there are books that I really like that they would not like at all. So sometimes Chill will even say "Oh, I didn't like this, but you're gonna like it." So even though I didn't like it, you'll like it.
It's good when they know your taste, right?
Yeah. Like this, that's one of the books on my TBR right now is Marina by Carlos Rystaffon, and this is a gothic YA, and it Shell read it. I had her read it for one of her TBR things that came up, and she was like, "I gave it a 3 stars. Not my favorite, but Amy you'll probably like it, Amy." So it's just it's still I could still learn stuff about the book even if they don't like the same book I'm reading. I would still rather have a 3-year-old that is nonverbal and tantruming than a middle schooler. Oh, Jane's not.
That's why you're perfect for that, Jane. It takes.
Yeah.
We all find our niches.
Yeah. Completely different experience for sure, but also just as challenging in other ways.
Mm-hmm.
The House is Haunted also has more scary vibes than The Dying Game, in my opinion. I'm over half in The Dying Game, though, and less than half in The House is Haunted. So still probably a lot to come. I love the dog video. Yeah, that one was a funny video. It was hilarious. I think When Stars Are Scattered is on Book Outlet right now, at least in a couple of weeks. Oh, okay. I'll write that down. Because I'm trying to get more books for my class anyways, so.
Yeah. I currently cannot find my When Seeds Are Scattered anywhere because my kids just pick up those graphic novels and fly through. I have no idea where mine is. It might be one that I have to replace.
Yeah.
Coming up here.
I used to get my sister, who's a much faster reader than I am, to read books for me and give me summaries. Yeah, that's it's helpful in some ways. It gives you an idea of I don't ever want spoilers, but sometimes just getting the vibe of a book helps.
Yeah.
And like I said, I just feel like I'm living vicariously through them.
Yes.
I have a toddler and a middle schooler and believe they are both lovely and challenging in different ways. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I believe you. My room where I teach 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders is next door to the 3K and 4K.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's a big jump in. How is that?
Well, because it goes around in a circle.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. And it just, we needed a place for the 3K and 4K, and that's where it was. Right there. And it's fun a lot of the times. The 7th graders will go and, because 7th and 8th grade is combined, but the religion teacher wants the 8th graders separate for their part of religion. Because it's a 8th grade thing. And so the 7th graders, so they're not in the room, go and help in the pre-K room for a half an hour, twice a week so that they can.
Oh, wow. How do they like that?
Most of the time they love it. There's been a couple of times where I've stuck my head out my window, and I've got the 5th and 6th graders at that time, but I'll stick my head out the door because I'll see a little cartwheel in the hallway. I'm like,
it's not.
We'll call him Bob. Bob's really, really doing something nice by reading a story to you, and you're not listening to him, and he's gonna get sad, and he's not gonna read you a story anymore. So you should probably sit down and listen.
Well, yeah, that's got to be hard especially for 7th graders, because I mean it's a good experience, but the patience.
They are very patient. I'm really impressed with how, and a lot of it is because it's such a small school, so we've usually always had reading buddies where grades were paired together and they would get together and read stories or do different activities together. And then with COVID, we haven't been able to do that for a year and a half. So during Read Across America week, we were like, let's just do reading buddies. Just one day, 30 minutes, we do reading buddies. Yeah. It was these kids were like, we get reading buddies. It was so fun. It was supposed to be a half an hour, and all of a sudden we're like, it's been 40 minutes. We have to go. Like, it was so
Wow.
good. It was so nice. So
Yeah.
nice. I mean, Read
Oh,
Across
that sounds
America week is the
amazing.
best week ever, but yeah. Anyway,
I
it
can't
was
wait.
so
I'm
fun.
so excited to teach. I'm getting to the point where I'm enjoying all my classes and I'm learning so much. I'm still have so much to learn, but I'm also getting to the point where I'm like, okay, I'm ready. Like, I'm ready. I'm ready to just get
Yeah.
in there. Yeah.
Yeah, and well, like for my tradition for Read Across America, because it's Dr. Seuss week and it's my favorite, and it's kind of like I'm like, you guys, I get that you're like too old for Dr. Seuss, you think, but I love Dr. Seuss week and we're going to celebrate it. So my tradition is to have a silent reading party. So basically I did reading sprints. I set the timer for 15 minutes. They all read silently. We had snacks. We had drinks. I got the little drink packets and bottles of water. I put a fireplace up and put with music in the background. So they read for 15 minutes. We talked about it. We did some activities. We set the timer for 15 minutes. We did it again. It's like my favorite day every year. And I was like, guys, do I need to stop? Should I stop doing this? Is it lame? They're like, no. So
That
I
is
don't know if that's
so
for my
cool.
benefit or what, but oh my gosh. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. It still benefits them. It still benefits them.
Right. Yeah. Like they still love it. Like, yeah, so they get to bring in snacks and they can bring in whatever they want. They got to bring in pillows and stuff, which I haven't been able to have pillows or blankets out in my classroom because of COVID. Like,
Yeah.
so they brought in their own, and yeah, it was so fun.
That sounds amazing. I'm doing that like every week.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Hey, Danielle. Welcome, Danielle. Let's see. Stacey says, totally agree. I've taught 6th grade and kinder. Absolutely love them both for different reasons. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Completely different experience too, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Because I go into different classes, so I have some classes that I tend to do a lot with our outreach. We have certain grants that are for specific grades, but I'll go into 2nd and then have something with high schoolers, which is a completely different experience altogether. And you get to have different kinds of conversations too, which is fun because, my conversations with 2nd graders and then my conversations with the high schoolers, completely different, but it's exciting to see it's exciting to see what's more effective with certain age ranges. And it's interesting.
Yeah.
Very different.
It's cool.
I lived after having my kid that I'm not a kid person. That is true. That is true. The two of them, like oil and water. It's very afraid of my kids hitting puberty, but now that we get closer, I actually kind of look forward to it because I like having big kids. Surprisingly,
That's
good.
They take a certain kind of patience, like all kids, But I love them. I love the big kids.
I think as long as you can be understanding of it, I think a lot of people want them to be different at that point, and they already are being different because they're facing so many, puberty it's hormones, crazy, and it's like you kind of have to let them. They're going to have to go through this. Like that's part of the developmental process, and I think people have a hard time with that, and maybe that's where some people have a harder time with middle schoolers.
Yeah.
Embrace the weird.
Or I have trouble with younger than middle school.
Completely.
I mean, I got to hang out with 2nd graders for like 15 minutes, and it was really fun for that 15 minutes. But I was like,
done.
No thanks.
Done. I need a nap now. I'm hoping that I will be graduating I will start my practicum next winter. So I've got a year still of classes and stuff. But I mean, I will be in class starting next term with, for some, my science class is in class practicum experience. But then like my full practicum where I'm in class all the time, that won't start till next winter. So I heard that takes like 3 terms. So it's still like a year and a half out for me. Patience is a virtue. That's awesome. Teachers should definitely invest more in making reading fun. The rest follows. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love
Yeah.
that idea, Amy. That sounds like so much fun.
Yeah.
I'm glad the
And
kids
they get
liked it.
so animated talking about the books that they read too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I plan on having like I would like to have my students do book reviews like my videos, like have their, I just think that'd be so fun, and I have a
Yeah.
lot of ideas. We're not gonna get anything accomplished. We're just gonna be having fun the whole time. No, I'm just kidding. We'll
Yeah.
do serious stuff. Kim, I've got to head off now, but thanks so much for the chats and sprints. Yeah, we're good at chatting.
Hi, Kim.
But that's so good to have you. Okay, we're ready for another sprint?
Yeah.
30 minutes
Another
again?
half an hour.
Yeah,
Let's do
I
it.
like that. We'll do, nope, hide that.
10.
10? 10? 11? Oh, just 11.
Yeah. 10. Yeah. Okay, Krista, I'm going to be in the chat at your sprints. Thanks for stopping by.
That takes skill. Okay, we'll see you in a little bit, everybody. Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, you're still
Okay.
muted. How'd it go? How'd it go?
Good. I've read 40 pages
Nice.
of nonfiction.
Yeah, that's great. So it's reading really quickly.
Oh, it's reading like fiction. Just and there's lots of pictures. but
That's nice. I do like that.
but
Uh,
it's reading like fiction. It's just
good.
yeah. How'd you do?
I only got 11 pages in, but I ate some lunch and I was eating some of these like coconut pieces, and one of them was rancid, so I stopped eating those. I was like, oh, that's not a nice way to end my lunch.
Oh.
So yeah, I read 11 pages, but yeah, I'm really, I'm really enjoying. It's quick too. I mean, I know that I haven't made it as far as I probably could, but it's a quick read, and I'm just like having fun with it. There's so much happens so quickly in this. It's not like, the story. Like I think events happen very quickly in this, which I'm enjoying that a lot actually.
Yeah, it just kind of like propulses you through the story that you're yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, and I love all the people. Like, obviously I don't love the ones you're not supposed to love, but I mean, like,
Yeah.
I like the characters. What?
Mr. Yao.
Yeah, yeah.
He doesn't get much better in book 2.
I believe that he's something. As a mother, I'm just enjoying the journey. My daughter is currently 1.5. Oh, baby. Very young, but days are different. Some days are better and others not so much. Still try to enjoy every moment.
Mm-hmm.
It goes fast. It goes
That's
fast,
really
fast, fast. Yeah. I mean, I've never had a kid of my own, but Nathaniel's 15, and I've seen him grow up.
My nephews are 12 and 9. So they make me feel really old. The fact that my oldest nephew would be I would be his teacher if he was at my school. He's not, but if he was at my school, I would be his teacher.
Yeah. Weird, right?
Weird.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to grab dinner now, friends. Doing sprints in a little over an hour. Have a good night. So everybody go check out Krista's middle grade March sprints in, I guess, at 4 PST, Pacific Standard Time.
Yeah. Like 6 my time, so like 4 years. Yeah, I think so. I thought it was 6:30, but I can't remember. I think 6 or 6:30 my time.
Yeah.
So 4:30 your time.
That makes sense. Yeah. I thought of doing something like the Buzzwordathon challenge with middle school. I think they'd love it. Yeah. Have you done anything like that, Amy?
Not where they have to read it, but like, I've said, hey guys, like with the middle grade March proms,
Mm-hmm.
I said, hey guys, I need books about orphans. Give me some. And they're like, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I need one.
So many book suggestions.
Yeah, so they love, and it's so funny because even the ones that don't like reading are like that don't like reading, they have books that stick out in their head that they don't realize that they stick out in their head because they either loved them or they hated them. Like those are the reasons they stay there. They don't stay they don't stay there because you got forced. Like I don't know, sometimes they do. But yeah, like they all have their but the orphan one, that was really that one. I had my 8th grade girls were just like, and I was like, okay.
Wow. It has some strong opinions.
Yeah. I was just like, you've never been so excited about books in my presence before, and I love it, and I'm here for it, but I can't say that because then you'll never do it again.
I know, you got to play cool, right?
Right?
What were some of the suggestions they had?
Beyond the Bright Sea.
I've heard of that
one. By Lauren Wolk. Orphan Island. The Magnus Chase series, they said, is orphans. Oh no, I can't think of what it is, but the Series of Unfortunate Events. Harry Potter. There are some other ones too, but that they had read like years and years ago that, you know, when they were in 5th grade or whatever, that they were like,
hey, that's an orphan.
One of them was like, remember that book that we were talking about? It's like, no, I don't. We talk about a lot of books. She's like, the one with the blue cover and the sea on it. You said you wanted to read it, and I told you should. And I was like, oh yeah. Like, Beyond, it has sea in the title, doesn't it? She's like, yeah, it does. And I'm like,
oh no.
It was Beyond the Bright Sea, but it was like,
let's play this game.
I actually remember this conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
that's so funny.
Beyond the Bright Sea. Yeah.
Like, you're in my brain, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like, it just really gives you a lot of respect for the librarians that get that. It has a red cover.
You see all these books that are here?
Let me bring you to our red cover section.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That would be kind of fun. Well, see, I don't know. Because that's not organized. I would hate.
Yeah. Imagine a library with just, I mean, that's like how Goodwill organizes their clothes if they organize their books the same way.
You couldn't find anything. Well, unless you're the one who's looking for the book with the red cover.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That one person would be thrilled.
There's so many. Everybody's going to go visit Krista for middle grade March sprints. Cece had made a guest cameo appearance, and
I missed it. Where's?
Oh, Cece. She'll come. Okay. Let's see. And then hopefully you saw what we were showing you, Chica. I'm reading Front Desk by Kelly Yang, and what is All 13? Is that by?
All 13 by Christine Sundervat. Oh. And I can't say her name without saying it like, hi.
She's like, what? Say hi. Yeah, she's tired.
I have a dog that I dog sit named Beans, who I think is near the same. He's a mix, but I would say he's got a little bit of whatever she is there.
Okay, you're done. She's just on the screen. She's like, yeah, I'm so cute. She is part Chihuahua, I'm pretty sure she's part Rat Terrier. So, because she's definitely not full Chihuahua. So.
Yeah, he's got some Chihuahua in him. He's so protective. There was a foster dog there the last time I was there, and she would forget that I was allowed to be there. And so she would just start barking at me, and he'd be like, random. No. Oh man.
All right, let's see. 27 pages and one very unfortunate 3 years late. 3 years later. Oh. Yeah. Like you made it through. Finish part 2. All right. Maybe if I try hard, I'll find the book to finish the book today and get started on. I know you're scared of starting Jade Legacy. Are you excited, Natalie, or just because it's such a big book you're worried about? that. Just getting here, reading Jade City. Welcome, man. Welcome. Glad you're. That's another one. Have you read any of those yet, Amy?
No, I am intrigued by that series though.
Yeah, it's all the rage at the moment too. My nieces are 5 and 7. I can't believe they are already both in school. It happens so quick. Oh,
That's Bean.
yeah. Oh, how cute. Oh, what an adorable little puppy. Yeah, it
He's
got a little shorter of a snout, but
Yep.
very similar looking. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's the Chihuahua that they would have similar. And then this is the foster dog. So he's like sitting between.
Oh, he's like, I will protect you. That's funny.
Yeah.
22 pages of that. This house is haunted. I think
Uh-huh.
YouTube paused the live for a bit, so my sprint was slightly longer. YouTube, what are you doing?
All right. Well, YouTube decided you needed more time to read.
Yeah, it's like, well, let her finish that section.
Yeah.
3/4 of a chapter of No Time for Goodbye at 41%. Nice. 41%. That's good. I think that's definitely more than when you started. Aw, Cece. So cute. Those ears. Yeah, she's pretty darn cute. She is. Added front desk to my TBR.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to enjoy it.
Good call. Good call.
Yeah. La, la, la. Just started Realm Breaker and already confused. Big heavy duty book. Big heavy duty book. Well, that's.
I've never heard of that.
It is.
Maybe I have.
Is it John Gwynn? Maybe not. Realm Breaker. Oh, Victoria Aveyard.
I mean, that's an intriguing cover.
But it's already confusing, huh? How long is
that's all I can tell from the cover, but it's very intriguing.
I'm pretty sure that's an adult fantasy. Oh no, it says YA fantasy. So it's high fantasy, one of those big series.
Yeah.
I hear it's one of those books you need a few days to sit with, needs a bit of recovery time. Oh, Jade Legacy.
The Jade one.
Okay.
That's the third one?
Yeah. Yeah, Jade War is the second one. So Jade City, Jade War, Jade Legacy. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get to that series someday.
I don't know that I will. I don't know that I want to read that one.
Are you into high fantasy much?
Not much. No. I mean, I love Keeper of the Lost Cities, but it's middle grade, you know, like yeah.
Still a pretty hefty. Those are hefty books.
They are, but they read so fast. We did slow down this one. We were going to try to finish it in February. We started it like towards the end of February, and normally we would have had enough time to get through it, and we're just like, you know what? We're just going to slow down. We'll finish it in March. It'll be fine.
There's no pressure. No pressure.
But it was good because it was long and it was intense, and there was like a ton of stuff jammed into the sixth book. But there's stuff that I don't know what it is, but like adult fantasy kind of, it intimidates me a lot. A lot.
Tell me more.
Like City of Bones, even I'm intimidated by City of Bones. And I didn't finish it in February. I want to finish it. But
were you enjoying it at all when you were reading it?
I was, but at the same time it was like I enjoyed it while I was reading it, and I read a lot while I was reading it, but then when I put it down, it was just kind of like, oh, it's down now. Like I had to like tell myself to pick it up. And then middle grade March started, and I was like, I want to read middle grade. So my plan right now is to finish City of Bones right after April starts, and then decide if I want to do
The next one.
The next one. And right now, I feel like I do want to do the next one. It's just
There's some interesting things that happen in it.
I know. I haven't watched the live show because obviously I didn't finish it. And I know Danielle wasn't a huge fan of it.
Yeah, she was not as crazy about it. And it's so different after coming off of, because we did Lunar Chronicles last, and that was it's such an enjoyable series and a pretty easy series to enjoy because you like the characters a lot. And it doesn't take too long to like the characters either. Whereas this, I can tell if we do start really liking the characters, it's going to take a while because I feel like Cassandra Clare didn't try to make these characters people who were easily likable at first. So I'm curious. It's fun. It's fun.
Whereas I pre-ordered the Choose Your Own Adventure of Cinder and Kai's wedding. Like,
I haven't done it yet, but I'm going to be doing that.
Like, I do not pre-order $10 Kindle books. What?
Who are you? I'm going to do it too.
I was like, is this going to be a book that my library has? Probably not. I don't know. Like, I'm not even going to chance it.
No, that's just rude. Library. No, I love libraries, but yeah, I don't know if I think they're just going to keep it in ebook, right?
Available, like, the libraries. If it's only an ebook, I don't know. I was just like, I'm not going to chance it.
I'm curious how long it's going to be too.
Yeah, to be a Choose Your Own Adventure. Which also means I can read it like a million times, and then every time I read it, it's like a cent. So I just have to read it like 100 times.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope it's pretty complex. Like it's not just overly simplistic for being $10 and you know.
Right. Yeah. I want it to be really good, and I'm going to be very upset if like we have this whole 4-book series and then the 2 supplemental books and then the 2 continuation Wires and Nerves graphic novels. And then if this is junk, I'm going to be like, oh, why?
I'm hoping that it will be, because I've liked everything, even if I've liked everything. Every single one I've really liked. I'd maybe not have given everything 5 stars, but especially like stars above, maybe all of those little individual stories weren't the most amazing stories ever, but because I love these characters so much, I enjoyed getting to spend time with them. And so I think I enjoyed the process of reading them way more because I'm just like, oh, I'm getting to come back to all these characters I love.
Yeah.
Because I'm hoping it's like that.
Yeah. And the funny thing for me is that the little android that could, I literally thought that was like my first time reading it. You know, obviously I knew that it wasn't Aiko, but looking back on it, I thought that was from Aiko's point of view. I was like, yeah, there's a story from Aiko's point of view. There's no story from Aiko's point of view in Stars Above.
I thought so too. At first, with the little android that could. At first, I was like, "This is Aiko before she got." But I'm like,
and then Aiko's in it, and you're like, oh,
no. But did you know that was the Little Mermaid?
Yeah.
I thought it was so like, wow, because somebody else didn't know, and so I was like, oh yeah, no, it is. But I was
it was in a description somewhere, just so I knew it, and I like so that I was looking for the similarities and things like that. Have you read Heartless?
No, I haven't read anything else by Marissa Meyer yet.
So you have to put Heartless on your list.
Was it good?
Sorry, you have to. So good.
Oh, okay. No, so really good, huh?
I love Heartless. I might like Heartless more than I like Cinder.
Whoa.
You know, like the first book in the series. Like, I might. I don't know though. Right. Depends on the day. Tomorrow I might think differently. I loved Heartless. I loved it. And I loved the fact that it was just one book too. Like it's just completely standalone. The whole story's here. It's the Queen of Hearts origin story you didn't really know you needed. But
you do.
I loved it.
Good. You know, and I love how Marissa Meyer reads. Marissa Meyer reads really quick and really like it's immersive. You just kind of like, ooh, okay. Oh, and then things start
Hmm.
building and building and building. So that'd be an easy one to sneak in somewhere.
Yeah, and it's very good on audio book.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Let me write that down because
yeah.
I like finding good audiobooks. And I've
Hmm.
been having a good time with a lot of the audiobook suggestions I got on the last sprints. I've been really enjoying my audiobook listens.
Yeah.
So,
It's
um,
like Rebecca Soler, I think. Oh, I
usually,
mean, she does the audiobooks for the Cinder books too. It's the same,
okay.
but yeah, it's really good. So
But like 12% are in the sprints of No Time for Goodbye. Okay, 12%. That's good. That's good, Gene. I have too many books I want to read. Too many books I want to read. Honestly, this list doesn't end really. Then more get added all the time. There's probably no way to possibly read them all. Yeah, I have what I think I'm at 1,434 on my Goodreads at the moment, and now I'm going to have a lot more after all these suggestions.
yeah, I don't like looking at that number. It just makes me sad. I just ignore it. See, see, see.
Yeah, I definitely want to read that. I definitely want to read that. So, do you want to do another sprint? How are you feeling?
Yeah, sure.
20, 30 minutes? What do you feel?
Let's do 20 minutes, and then we can like kind of end, and then it'll be time for Krista sprints. And
Mid-grade? Yeah,
get on
that
audio.
sounds good. That
That
sounds
sound
like a
okay?
great idea. Let's see. I gave her at least 4 stars. Took me a little bit to get into, but then flew through it. I have her new book. Yeah, she hates my number. It bothers her so much more than it bothers me. I'm like, she hates it. Yeah, but
4 star. Yeah.
new book is Gilded or Guilt?
Guild. Gilded.
Guild.
There's
Guild.
two new books, and one is Guild and one is Gilded. And
Yeah.
one's not her and one is.
Yeah, I thought that was
Okay.
really strange. Okay,
Yeah.
so what are we looking at? 20, 30, 40, 43? Nope, 30, 40, 53.
50,
Apparently
53.
I thought it was different. But we'll do 54.
That's fine.
Okay. Are we ready? Uh-oh, what'd she say?
Chicas. I just realized it was.
Yeah, yep. It's troublesome, isn't it?
Yeah. How
Heartless
we
down
roll.
to huh?
That's how we roll.
Yep. We like to make things very interesting and keep you on your toes. All right, happy reading. 20 minutes. We can do this, guys. We can do this.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Don't be sorry.
Whew.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Oh, wait.
I don't know what page I ended on last time, but I was just looking, and the author's note starts on page 262, and I'm on page 162, so I really only have 100 pages left. But it looks like I have a lot more than that because there's a lot of like back information behind it that isn't going to take me as long to read. But oh man,
Yeah.
all these people just trying to save these boys, and
High stakes. High stakes.
yeah,
Yeah, that's exciting. I read about 18 pages and oh, I am so angry. I'm so angry. This was it Charlotte was mentioning about Greedy Hendrix, that feeling of angry, good angry because, angry for the right reasons, but like
yeah, like it's supposed to make you angry. Yeah,
yes. Yeah. Yeah. I just got to the stolen car. So, yeah. So,
I mean, it's been
yeah.
a while since I read it, but I think I remember what you're talking about.
Yeah. So angry. So angry, that was not me. I always have to tell mom, like, don't do things in the background that. How did everybody else's reading go? 18 pages of this haunted house. You're making progress, Ashley. You're making progress in that one.
Yeah.
40% of the book during these sprints. Yes, glad you could join us, Stacey. 40%. That is amazing.
That's a lot.
That's fantastic. Yes. Yes, I'm glad
I think I was like 9% done, and like I've read about 30%
nice.
over the sprints.
That.
That's a good chunk. That's a nice chunk.
I made it to page 100, so, I'm making good progress. Let's see.
Oh.
Shell did not make progress. Nathaniel wanted food. Those
Gives
kids.
the rest of us time to catch up.
Huh?
Gives the rest of us time to catch up.
Yeah, exactly. To her 40 some odd pages in that one sprint. Read half page, got distracted by YouTube videos. I do that all the time. I do that all the time.
Struggle is real.
Yeah. Yeah, that happens. Read 6 pages, lol, but I took an Bookstagram pic as well. Those I'm always impressed by people who are really good at Bookstagram pictures, and yeah. Natalie, you are one of them. You do take very nice pictures. I just
take a picture of my book.
I've only been doing stuff in my stories lately, but it's more than I ever did before. So at least I'm doing something.
Yeah, and I've been doing like I don't know. Like there's some people where the caption is most important, and some people where the picture is most important, and I can't seem to figure out which one is more important to me. Yeah. I just want to share that I read something. Does it need to be perfect?
Yeah, I don't do any of the hashtags anymore at all. No, I don't. I just can't be bothered.
I have a hashtag thing that I just copy and paste when I'm doing it.
That's smart. Yeah, it's good to have templates.
Here are my hashtags. Boom. Done.
Yeah. Yeah, that's smart. That's the way to go. I need to set up some templates, make things easier. But one day, I'm halfway in This House is Haunted now. Okay. And 3/4 to the Dying Game. So you made some progress there. You made some really good progress.
Yeah.
Reached 30 pages of the Hawthorne Legacy. How are you liking it so far? I think that's the second book.
Yeah, I think so. I did. I took off my sweatshirt. I had this on.
You had the middle grade march on before.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a sweater though. Okay, yeah.
It was
Get
a
warm.
sweater. But I was getting warm and I took it off. But I love this one because it says you are strong, unique, smart, capable, important, kind, creative, brave, loved, brilliant, fun, and worthy.
Oh, I love that too.
It's my favorite.
Oops. Oh. Welcome, Mom's Book Collection. Welcome. Thank you. I'm enjoying it. Make sure you guys go check out Amy's. Oh, I'm putting it the right way. Make sure you guys check. No, I'm not. Check out Amy's channel. I was like, oh, I did it right.
Yes, I'm putting the right way. No.
Amy's Bookish Life. You don't have enough Amy's in your life right now, so go check out Amy. There's never enough Amy.
You never have too many Amy's in your life.
For sure. No, definitely not.
There's always room for one more.
Oh yeah, Amy's. It's funny because throughout growing up, I didn't know that many Amy's, but in the last 2 years, I've gotten to meet so many more Amy's, and I like them all. There's something about that name.
We're all pretty amiable.
Yeah. That's when you say it like that, it's so cheesy.
No, that's why I like it.
Oh dear. Nothing major happening at the moment though, but it's interesting. Okay, so that's the Hawthorne Legacy. Yeah, well, 30 pages in, that's pretty early on. So also sub to Amy.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Let's see. I don't know what many Amy's, but I do have many friends with A names. Oh, wonder. Oh, maybe it was a popular letter at some point.
There are like AM.
Mm-hmm. Amber, Amanda.
A lot of those, yeah.
Yeah. And it's maybe because it's the beginning of the alphabet. So when you're looking for baby names and you're looking at all the different baby names, it's easy to just go through all the ones at the beginning first. So there'd probably be more A names, B names, C
stop
names.
When you find perfection, so you get all these Amy's.
Yeah. And exactly. Oh, I want a child that's amiable, so I give them the name. Yeah, Chica knows we're something else. Oh wow, this was so much fun. This is so much fun.
It was so fun. I can't believe we've been on for 4 hours.
It goes quickly. It goes so quickly. Yeah, I got a big paper to write. That's what I'll be doing the rest of the day.
You can write paper and chat at Krista's channel.
Yep. And yeah, go check out Krista's channel. I'm sure her sprints are starting now. Or at 4.
Yep, it is starting now. Yep, at 6.
That's Books and Jams. I'll write it in here so you guys can. Books and Jams. Oop, that says James.
Books and Jams.
My daughter's name is Amara Aliyah.
Oh
I like that. That's beautiful. Love that. Yeah. That's beautiful. AA. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You love the A's. The A's name win. A names win. Okay.
She stopped at AMA. She didn't get to Amy.
She didn't quite get to. Yeah. There's just so many good AM names, I guess.
There are. There's a lot. So
you ready to do your own sprints?
I think so. You're going to come and do them with me, right?
Yeah. Whenever, well, we'll have to plan it for sure. But yeah, I would love to. If you'd like to have me, I would love to.
Yeah, for sure. The sad thing is that because I don't have 500 subscribers, I'm not big enough to have a community because 200 is not a community. Really?
Yeah, I know, that's so ridiculous. You used to be able to.
Community.
You used to be able to use the community shelf and stuff like that, and
community tab. Not
cool. Well, don't worry. When you go on, I'm going to be telling everybody, get over to Amy's channel.
So it'll be.
Yeah. You got to be with the Amy's.
Sometime in April.
Okay.
We'll do it.
Good. I'm so excited for you. I think you're going to have a good time with it. It's fun.
I feel very honored to be talking with you face to face. Like, because we've had many conversations, but never with where both of us could see each other's faces.
Isn't that such a big change, isn't it? It's so cool. Like, I love it.
And I'm like, Amy, my friend. And I'm like, I've never met her. She lives in Washington.
What's so funny about it is I can watch so many different channels and get to know people through their vlogs, because we're very personal a lot of times with a lot of these vlogs and stuff. Yeah. And so you really feel like you know those people so well, even if you haven't actually met them face to face or, even through something like this. Which,
it's crazy.
I've noticed that when I do actually meet people, I already feel like it feels pretty comfortable. It's not like that awkward, I got to get to know somebody new phase. I think because we just feel like, I already kind of know you.
Yeah.
Have you noticed it at all?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's fun. I feel like I've met more people it's like a year. January was my year on BookTube. And
congratulations.
Thank you. I feel like I've met more people, just because I don't where do you meet people now? Like,
well, especially with all the
ones that are going to love books. Like, it's just, So
this has been good.
Fun.
And it's been fun to officially meet you.
I know.
Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you for coming on my channel, and thank you for sprinting with me for 4 hours.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I had so much fun.
Me too. Let's see. Thanks for helping me meet my weekend reading goal. I'm glad you were able to meet it, Natalie. Let's see. I really enjoyed these sprints. Thanks so much for hosting. Thank you for coming, Chica. Thank you so much. And Social Butterfly, good night. Good night, Anne. Thank you for coming and seeing Amy and Amy. Cannot wait to join the next sprints as I missed these ones. Next time. We're sorry we missed you too, but next time for sure. Yeah. Thank you for joining. Let's see. Well, I wouldn't have known. Seems you guys have sprinted together before. I know!
Right?
That's so weird, right? I love it. Krista is reading all 13 too. Yes. Thank you for coming, Brandy. Thank you for joining us. All right. Well, have fun, everybody, sprinting with Krista. And thank you so much for coming today. And next time we'll be on Amy's channel in April because we're going to be doing another one.
Because I'm going to do it.
You're going to do it. It's going to be amazing.
Here's my comfort zone. Here's me.
Yep. We're getting out of it. All right. Good luck with all your reads. Good luck with middle grade March. And
you too. Good luck with your paper.
Yeah, thanks. It's almost done. All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.